What's up, guys? So we are out here at Big Lake U, and gonna fish shallow. Start out this morning. See what's going on. They'll probably move out deep if we don't find anything, but start up shallow. Little froggy action. See if we can find a pig around here. Water's dirty. Can't tell. The water looks pretty dirty though. Turn that on. Do we have any early morning risers that wish they were fishing? Anybody on yet? What's up, guys? So we out here fishing, doing a little top water frogging. We are in sunny Florida, Orlando, Florida at that. See if we can find any of these skinny water fish before we move out deep. And I'm using a popping frog. Black and blue, so you guys can see that. Black and blue. It's a dark tannic lake. Pretty tannic. More green this year though. So we'll just try to see if we can pick some up. We got to figure out what kind of cadence they want. Not really cadence, but they want it pop and stop. They just want it kind of chugging along, or they want it walking. Yesterday I was at a different lake. They wanted the white frog. And really, we're just looking for that quick reaction bite. Not seeing any. Good Lord, to start deep right here. I would not have thought that. That's good to know. I don't usually fish this lake shallow. 11 feet right here. That is a very good stage and hold for spawning season. And I know you guys can't see this, unfortunately. I might play with some different views. My live. Oh, it gets really shallow right here, though. Wow, so that's just a hole. You can see, well, you can't, but this rod does not have a very good tip, which can make it tough for fishing this frog. I'll start to do this more. I'll probably invest in a different rod, but when you're you want to walk it, you really need a tip, but you gotta twitch that slack. And what I found pretty quick is, though I'd like to have an 8-to-1 when I'm reeling them, 8-to-1 is not very good for working the bait. It reels your slack in too quick, you know. So like when I was saying, when you're twitching your slack, you have an 8-to-1, you turn it a little bit and you've reeled all that slack in. So 7's probably the best, I'd say, that I've found. Good kind of little something up there. A little softer tip, I'd probably like it a lot more. 7 too heavy. And I've found, man, when the bite's tough, just popping it as hard as you can helps a lot of times. Just getting that major spit. We're gonna work around some of this area. Most of this is gonna be foreign to me on this lake because I just don't come shallow on this lake. Partly because usually the grass is so grown up, you can't get up here. It's a deep, really deep, grassy lake. And I like fishing deep, so that's just kind of the way I started fishing it and did good. So what I do when I come here, but water's not as clear as it used to be. I guess they had a grass kill. So I figure I'll come up here and throw Mr. Froggy Boy around a little bit. Everybody likes a nice frog bite, right? I don't know if you guys can hear me. If you're on, let me know. I'm playing with some of these different mics. Buddy on. Tarshay. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Tarshay Bunage. What's up from New Zealand? What's up, brother? We're here in Orlando, Florida. Jeffrey Rogers, don't you ever work, brah? Yeah, I do quite a bit. It's been hard to get out, but when I'm off, I go. So went yesterday. I didn't do anything live. I should have. I'll be back to work tomorrow. 7'4" Dobbins rod best for fog ever. Oh, I'll have to check that out. Dobbins, they got pretty good prices. 7'4" Hayden. Sweet. Yeah, this is usually when I start a technique. It's not my niche. Just get, you know, just get a decent rod, low in, which is not really the best practice because, you know, what I've found now is that you get a rod that you don't love, and you just tend to not throw that rod, fish that technique. But I use this rod for a lot of different stuff. I actually like it for flipping better because the tip's so stiff. But I swim jig with this, flip, frog. But yeah, I'd like to have a little softer tip. A little grassy, little flat hair. These fish, what I'm noticing about in Florida right now, the lakes I'm doing better on are really clear, and those brim literally are everywhere in that 6 to 8 feet. And they're in that clear grass in 6. The edge starts to drop to where you don't see the grass from the top of the water. And they're sitting there, and then those bass are just kind of right outside. I had about 16 yesterday. But nothing big. Everything came. I had one frog bite. And I was saying earlier, I had to change to a white. I got 2 blow ups. So I put a white on, and like second cast, I caught one. So sometimes you got to change it up, you know. And that lake has a lot of shad. This is more of a brim lake. Something just took off out of there. Roger, I do it for you guys. I try to put as much stuff out there as I can. And we're just over 900, so you know, goal is to get to 1,000. So I'd like to go more than I am going. It's just hard when you work, you know. I'm working nights. It's hard to. If they're biting, the weather was cooler, you know, you can get up and go, get ready for work. It's not a big issue. But when it's hot and tough, you know, a good day can pull you through a lot of that crap. As you know, when they're biting, you can fish every minute. I should have been doing this in springtime, but whatever. These fish, a lot of these fish, you know, they don't go deep. Oxygen level gets low. We're getting a lot of rain now. The water clarity gets low. They move shallow. They get in this thick grass that's producing oxygen. It's cooler, but we'll see. You got a lot of fry right now too. Fish are chasing, and that fry just moves around in the grass. And kind of gets in those little safe havens. So if you tuned in, we are in Orlando, Florida. We got a New Zealander on. Thanks for tuning in. Please hit that sub button if you wouldn't mind. If you have any interest in what's going on in Florida. We are not a one-trick pony on this channel. We do a lot of different stuff, fishing wise. So I'm really shocked we haven't gotten a bite or a blow up or water temps 84.7. My been fishing deep and my bite's gotten a lot better later in the day. So it kind of tells me in my mind that they're probably shallow early and they're moving out as it gets warmer. But yesterday that wasn't the case. I didn't stay shallow long. And once I got on them, I mean, they were biting. So, like I said, that brim is, I've seen more brim in these areas on the last two lakes, which are really clear. I mean, it's like, good Lord, like, how do you even get a bite? I mean, there's so much opportunity for them. Turn it this way so you guys can kind of see what I'm fishing. Just some scattered shallow Kissimmee clumps. Seeing a little bit of movement over here. So like I said, I'm throwing this Booyah pad crasher. Black and blue, really good color here in Florida. Got on any blazer, rock. Audio and video perfect. Thanks, buddy. So yeah, like I was saying yesterday, started out with that black and blue, and then I posted a short. I only caught one, went offshore and caught like 16, but I ended up going to that white. sometimes, you know, either a white bottom or a black bottom. That's what you pretty much, you get a couple blow ups and or a fish darts towards your frog and turns away. Gotta switch it up, you know. We'll see. Just a really weird, I don't know. I really feel like you know, they talk about lakes going through cycles. I kind of feel like Florida, it the whole areas go through cycles. I don't know if it's the weather. I don't know if it's the way FWC is managing this or not managing the grass. I don't think the spawn was what it has been. It has been a really weird year. I'm using baits that I don't normally use, smaller baits, more translucent baits, colors I don't normally use. There's a little fry. What you want to see too? You want to see some bait kind of plopping around. I think the spawn was more diversified, more spread out than it has been, or just a smaller population of fish spawn this year. If that's possible. And maybe they just didn't spawn in the main lake areas. Maybe they just got it because it was so windy this year. They just got in those backwaters more, and that's the areas I don't normally fish, canals and stuff. Now, and I haven't frog fished enough to know when to throw a pointy nose versus a popper. But if I can get away with a popper, as far as the cover, that's usually what I'm going to throw. I mean, from my perspective, you got more open water, less structure, cover, throw the popper. If you're in mats, pads, you need to throw that pointed one more. Yeah, this is looks good up here for spawning, and I haven't. This probably was really good during the spring. I caught some nice ones actually right out here, but I didn't go up this shallow. This is a perfect skinny water search bait, though. You know, you might not get hooked up. You start getting pop-ups, and you know where they're at. There's more fry. So we're in Central Florida, Orlando, Florida. 408 bridge right here. Joe Kittinger Airport. I think that's the name of the airport right there. Small airport. Lake Underhill. $6:53. And most of you guys are probably getting ready for work. New Zealanders probably getting ready for bed, I'm guessing. And not much interest in froggy. But it's Monday. This lake gets a lot of pressure. And guessing a lot from the bank. So I got, like I was saying, I got a 7.2 heavy rod, 7-to-1 gear ratio reel, and 50-pound braid. We're just gonna roll through this little shallow area. And let's throw one out there. Shallow flat. 3 feet right here. Some matted grass. Typically, I would want to throw it on an east bank because you got this sun's rising in the east, so that area is going to stay shaded. But on this lake, that area is deeper, so I don't want to fish a deep edge. Heard something. About knocked myself out of the boat. Oh, yeah, this Tarova can get, you can hit that dial on accident. I tend to do it a lot. Put slides over and maybe I need to wait longer. I'm not good at waiting for that. You know, they say with top water, throw it out there and wait for that ring to disappear before you start moving it. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that. To me, this is like top water flipping. In and out, In and moving, in and moving, in and moving. Stick and move, stick and move. Trying to cover some water, eliminate this shallow area. But this is Florida, you know. Fish in usually are in one area. You gotta cover a lot of water. I feel like so. Good. Hmm. Bird up on the bank. That's a duck. See who we got on. We got anybody on? We got 3,500 people on. No, just kidding. Rock on, Denny Blazer. Like the name, buddy. First thing that comes to mind is Denny Brower, obviously. I'm sure you get that a lot. There was another lake I wanted to go to and I go back to. I fished there last week. I did a live early, caught several small ones, and then my last spot before I left, I got into them. So I wanted to go back today, and I should have went yesterday. It's on the north bank, and we got a south wind, and I want to say that that lake doesn't take much wind to get it kind of rocking. So I don't know. We'll see. If it's not firing out here, I usually can get a read on this lake pretty good. It's happening. It's happening. You don't have to wait. Um, we might just head over there. And sometimes, you know, you'll figure out you just got to make a long cast. they picking up on you. Start figuring out, oh, I'm catching them after I make a really long cast at the end of the cast, so that might be what it is. I'm guessing they're on this deeper stretch. They're up here. But I started in this shallow stretch, but that's good to know. There's that deep hole over there. I didn't know. I mean, I saw it on the map probably, but it's usually not worth the time to go up and check stuff like that when it's really grassy and stuff. It's a really good holding spot. There's a big old grass carp. Let's see if, I guess that's a grass carp. In this lake, it probably could be a bass. It's crazy. Like nothing used to come out here a couple years ago. First light, man, you just see them everywhere, busting, going crazy. Just don't see a lot of that anymore. Yeah, something just took off over here. Not a big topwater person, just because it's just hit and miss. When I was younger, I had a buddy that he caught his PB topwater, so he loved topwater, and it's nice to fish with somebody that so you got two people kind of doing something totally different. So if he got on them, then I started fishing topwater. We both caught fish. Sometimes those strings they get hooked crosswise on your hook, and I probably should have pulled these up a little bit. Kind of messes the action of it up. Looks like a good spot for a big one to be sitting. Got 7 feet right here. Wow. This is probably a good spot to flip. Feel like I'm at a Popka right now. Goodness gracious, I'm modest. I always like to throw back. Kind of catch a lot of fish going through an area and then throwing back, because you'll find those angles they don't see a lot. People will either come this way or they'll come this way. Goodness, that frog has got some water in him. Jiminy Christmas. Get so tangled, buddy. Throwing this little pad crasher. Well, not little, it's the full size. And really, it's kind of small. What we got on? We got 6 on. Anybody new? Caught anything yet? Nope. Michael Carlton. Nope. Been out here, just worked this little stretch, topwater. Frog. Black Booyah pad crasher. Not even a snubble. That was more of the shallow stretch of this lake. So we'll see. This is a deep grassy lake. I usually fish it deep. But, you know, I figured let's go out and throw the frog first thing. Start wondering, wow, they deep. They haven't been biting that good deep. When I've come out here, I haven't been out here much, but so kind of go eliminate this shallow water. But I'm not seeing a lot of bait. A couple areas I saw some fry, but not much. Another deep hole. Y'all don't want my froggy, do you? See, now I just hit it. Get around this corner. A lot of eelgrass, which usually this time of year, this is completely matted. Um, 3 feet. We got about 2 foot of eelgrass. So these fish could be in here. Off out here in the middle a little bit. I saw something right there. Thinking maybe we need to go to that white, but I don't know. I usually use dark colors in this lake, and the water's pretty stained, so everything's telling me stay black until we get some fish that just miss the bait. Sometimes fish are just not going to come up. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Got a little culvert right here where it's like where this water comes in. Those are always kind of good areas. Had a lot of rain. Well, not a lot of chances and random and short stints of rain. Not a lot of all day rain. Oh, look, a lot of bitty duckies. Interesting, a lot of baby ducks right now. And usually that happens, usually you see more of that in March, April, and you're seeing it now. It's just weird. The weather was weird this year. Never had a that the years in the past you have that got really cold, so it dropped that water temperature below 60, and then you'd have a warm up. Then it would do it all over again. This year was just kind of went to 60. I don't think I ever saw the water temperature get below 60. Just kind of stayed a little cold. I think that's what triggers those better spawns. Well, after this shallow water performance, I'm really thinking offshore bite should be firing. Come on, dude. What do y'all want? Y'all want me to sing to y'all? I had to sing last time to get a bite. Come on, you suckers. Oh, look at these guys fanning, drying their wings off. Aren't y'all special? Hmm. Man, I should get bit right there. Nice little corner office with a window. Definitely should have gotten bit. Shiminy Christmas. Little culvert right there. I'll be honest, frogging, kind of like flipping. It's kind of fun even if you're not getting bit, which is bad. You're like, oh, whatever. This is fun. Maybe it's because I don't do it a lot. And this is deep. We got some sludge, but I don't know. We'll give it about 10 more minutes and we're going to move on out. Down. Get up here tight so we can kind of keep this bait in the strike zone. I mean, this is really deep right here. What, 9 feet right here? We're going to work this parallel. This way, you know, I'm paralleling this. Now we're in 4, so my bait's in the strike zone for the most part, the whole cast. Sometimes those hard pops and those hard chugs will call one, just piss one off enough to hit it. Smells fishy over here, that's for sure. Home on the range, where the deer and the antelope roam. So we are in Orlando, Florida, home of the giant largemouth bass. Remains to be seen. What we got on? We got 6 on still. Mike Fletcher says, "What's up, Bmaz? What's up, buddy?" EL 350 location. We are in Orlando, Florida, at Lake Underhill. Rock Nemo topwater has been tough there for some reason. Walking baits with pause was all that worked for me. Oh, is that shallow or offshore? You know, I never do good on topwater here, but I don't throw it a lot. Several years ago, there was a guy here that I used to see quite often when I fished this a lot. And he had a topwater. You know, they start schooling. And caught a good one. I usually will opt for a trap before I'll do topwater. I actually did see a kayaker catch one too on walking bait out deep. But like he was saying, he's like, dude, I think they're not feeding on those. He's like, I don't think they're feeding on those. It was a good one, I think a 5-pounder. He's like, I don't think they're feeding on the fry, big bass. So I think they're feeding on those small bass schooling, which makes sense. This lake's just not as good. Last year you couldn't even get in here. I was flipping mats over here. Well, not mats, they were just under. When it matted, you couldn't get in here. But I think these brim are starting to spawn out in that 6 to 8 foot range. So offshore could be decent today. We'll see. This wind's supposed to get up to I think 7 or 8. Yeah, if they want it slow, it's not gonna happen for me then. I'm not. We're not gonna sit here and fish it slow. Might fish one cast slow, but I'm not. We're gonna move through this. We move through this pretty quick. Come on, let's get one, bastards. Sometimes you gotta call them names. They start biting. I was saying I like to be on the east side if I'm fishing top water because that sun as it comes up, that's gonna be your coolest shallow water first thing in the morning. But I'm not crazy about that area over there, so. It's funny, these little birds, they'll follow you. I was at a Popka one day flipping this area, and these birds, I'd flip up there, they would go after my bait. It was crazy. I looked at my bait one time, I'm like, where the hell did my leg go? One of them had jacked my damn leg on my bait. I mean, every time I throw it up, it get hung up on the reed, they'd come down and try to get it. Like, come on, guys, really? Y'all think that's birds can't be that stupid? And I thought I was gonna get bit right there. It looked like something was kind of trying to come out of there. I can tell you right now, I can visually see it. Like, what's gonna happen? Like, like it's gonna get smacked. But maybe this bank right here. I didn't even look at what the rating was today. Guessing we should be close to a new moon. That reed just moved. We're in 6 feet of water right here, though. It's a deep bank. And good Lord, there's some fish over here. Shemini Christmas. Wow, that little pocket had probably a ton of brim sitting right there in 6 feet. Well, that's disappointing. But I always have low expectations when I do something different like this, because you just never know. Well, we're gonna go fish offshore now. Frog bite was a bust, guys. Let's try that point. All right, enough of that. You are getting retired to the back of the boat. How many we got on? We got anybody on? Sorry, guys, we didn't get one on the froggy. Killing it on a spook? What? Shut up. Are you kidding me? Here or just in general? Mike said he's been killing it on a spook. All right. You say so. I believe you. I believe you. Start. I gotta change this weight. All this paint's off. Anything over here. It looks like the grass has actually gotten worse. Worse meaning less. That looks like a floating brim, possibly. In this lake, it just could be random trash. That's a good sign. Something's going down. That's what that is. Yep. Funny, these brim, and it's the way they are in most of these lakes I fish. They're more white than anything. So I got to show you at least one fish. So here's a little brimmy. So that's what they're feeding on. Like I said, they're usually more white than anything. Everybody wants to fish black and blue for a brim, but I mean, and they're the dark ones, but most of them are kind of that Houdini color. Well, we're gonna go find some offshore fish. See if we got anything on this rock right here. The birds aren't even hunting yet. They're all drying their wings off. What'd you guys do? Hunt at night? All right. I'm gonna take a quick little ride. We got 9 on, guys. So we just fished shallow, really shallow with a frog all morning. Worked that whole shallow side. Now we're gonna look for some offshore fish. Key Largo, good morning. Looks like Underhill. Any luck yet? No. Just fish shallow with a black frog. Nothing. Not even a look-see. Grass was horrible looking when I was there last out on deep drops. So was the what? Yeah. Grass looks like it's gotten less since the last time I was out here. Water looks worse. So we're gonna go find some fish. couple areas and it's not firing, we gonna head to his house. Or no, actually, I think I'm gonna hit another lake. Man, when they're not on these points, um, yeah, that's bad. It's usually really good in there. I'll start here. I'm gonna work probably a few spots and then I can get a good read on what's going on. I don't think it's gonna be a sit here and wait and try to find them day. I think it's gonna be are they biting? If not, we gone. Because Bmaz got to get his beauty sleep, and he has not been doing that. Yeah, the water looks like shit, guys. This is usually the lake I come to because it seems like most of them get really trashed out in the summer, and this one's usually really healthy. Good grass, clear water, good oxygen level, fishing offshore. And not the case. Oh, he dropped it. You son of a gun. She's neat. This isn't a color I should be throwing right now, but it's on, so we're gonna throw it real quick. And the way that fish bit, well, I mean, he should have very translucent color. Clear water color, because I mean, a lot of these lakes are really clear. But I've noticed, like I was at yesterday, that one looks like, I mean, it is a lot of grass. Looks like they've sprayed it. Should have frogged in here probably. We'll see. Son of a gun. Yeah, the water looks like horrible. We gotta get a darker color on. 7 7 feet right here. So we got a beautiful airplane right here, really cool, guys. So this is a Joe Kittinger Park right here. And you got airport right here. But it's pretty dope. You've never been here before. And I'm guessing my New Zealander that was on this morning has never been here. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to the channel. This channel is Bmaz Fishing, and we are based out of Central Florida. And I'm in Orlando, Florida right now on Lake Underhill, which is typically a very deep, clear lake, grassy lake. Now it's a deep, dirty, grassless lake. I probably should have wormed that corner because there was a ton of brim sitting out in that little hole that was close by. We might go in there later if we stick around a decent amount of time. If you go fishing to get out in nature, this is not the lake for you. But if you love the sound of fire trucks, police cars, and airplanes, you'll love it. This is urban fishing at its finest. I'm seeing some fish, but not really what I want to see. Hey man, the Shoney's breakfast special is about to end. Get out of the way. Little. But we got a fish, guys. How's that? We got a little one. Little. It's been this. I mean, it's kind of been the what's going on around here. Little one, guys. What it is today so far. Now, the last place where I went yesterday, the fish had kind of, the time I was there, the last time I was there, I think I caught 25. And it was kind of that 1 pound. This time they were in that 112, 2-ish range. So I don't know if they've gotten bigger or, but still though, kind of that small deal. So see Todd says what lake. Thanks Key Largo for letting him know. Man, that's some serious grass. Thought it may have been Gunnersville. The urban jungle at its best. Yep, that's what it is. Gunnersville. What you know about Gunnersville? So I lived in Albertville for several years. It's about 20 minutes to Gunnersville. Fond of that lake. Funny thing, that was when I lived there, it didn't have grass. Now it has a lot of grass. Oh, dropped it. You get my worm? Son of a gun. Nope. Uh, Typically, I throw big stuff here just to avoid the smaller fish, but we'll see if we can find a decent area and then we'll switch it up. Actually, Becky is in Gunnersville right now with her daughter. Her daughter was newly diagnosed with cancer, so you guys are the praying type. Please put some prayers out for her. So she went down there for a couple weeks. She started chemo. I think it was Hodgkin's lymphoma. So appears to be a fairly good success rate with that. So trying time for them, no doubt. They live in, I think their address is Gunnersville. It used to be Grant. They moved a couple years ago. I think their address is Gunnersville. I'm not sure. They're right there though, right there, waterfront. I gotta get down there now. I'll be getting time off. So we might have to make that trip, but when I go, it's not usually the time to go. We're gonna fish this little break right here, and then I'm seeing no grass over here. So if it's like normal, the grass die-off starts shallow, and then it eventually moves out, and then that shallower stuff starts coming back, and then the deeper stuff starts getting sparse. There he is. Small. Jeez. You never know here, though, guys. Just never know. Come on, dude. Now the baby guys. We catching babies, but we catching right now. Usually on this lake, I don't fish any deeper, any shallower than like 13 feet. This spring, I went shallow, shallowest I ever gone. Because I mean, like I said, I don't usually come here until when the summer, when it gets slow, I'll come here. When those eelgrass blooms start taking over the lakes, they start getting funky. I'll come out here, but we'll just see. We'll plug around, see if we can get in an area that's got some fish, some decent fish, and we'll probably upsize. Thanks, buddy. Thanks, Fishing Key Log Rod. I appreciate that, man. Oh, thanks, Mike. I'm glad it's working. I mean, they work good, so I'm glad it's working for you. I've got a lot of videos, and they all sound good. Quite a few videos, a lot of the older stuff out here. Cool videos. I've got some good ones. I don't. The big ones, I don't know. Biggest fish out here is probably just under 6. Oh, that's a good one. Better. He's got grass. Yeah, he got grass. He's just got grass. He's about twice as big as those other ones, though. There we go, guys. We got us another one. Triple backflip. Ooh, I'll give that a 7.55 on the flip test. All that work with a frog, you know? Oh, this good grass right here. which there always is. I don't think I've gotten a 6 out of here. A lot of 5s, ton of 4s. Well, not a lot of 5s, a lot of 4s, a lot of 3s. There's a healthy population of, there used to be. I mean, there's still got to be, because I mean, I didn't realize, a guy told me recently you can't keep a fish out of here. I mean, I know what happens, but you can't keep a fish, not a fish at all, bass. So everything should be going back in the lake, which isn't a great thing. That's why sometimes it's hard to keep it away from the smaller ones, but I'm not seeing all those small fish. Some days, man, you're lucky, you're glad to have them. Like I said, I got 16 yesterday, and that biggest one was probably 2.5, 212. Not here. Oh, he lost. Come on, dude. That's why I don't like to, I want to, and then you jack your worm up. I'd love, these guys that slack line, I just don't trust it, because a lot of times, man, these fish are not there. That's why I always reel down all the way to them before I set it. Got my tail too. Now, sometimes, I mean, obviously, when you're close range, or they're just kind of about to rip it out of your hand, that's what you do. Oh, I had a color I threw. I wanted to try that out here. It's new color. I caught a few yesterday on it. Pretty dope color. The idea was clear water, actually specifically this lake, that emerald blue. It's almost like a blue sapphire. And when I saw it in the water, I was like, actually shows up pretty good. So it may be a good dirtier water color. It's translucent though. We'll give it a whirl. Probably haven't seen this color out here. I'll tell you, I mean, this lake's not as easy as people probably think. It can be amazing. That's why I come out here. But I think Chuck Pippins came out here a couple times with shiners. He fished for shiners and some artificial. I think he caught like 2 fish. I was shocked. I think he did that at Ivanhoe too and didn't catch much. Now Ivanhoe, I don't know that I've ever had a what I consider a great day out there. Well, I mean, it all depends on what you consider a great day. I mean, I've had average days, let's say that, for me. So there's this drops down. It's kind of almost like a channel right here, maybe an old creek channel, because it runs that way. I don't know if this is man-made, I'm sure. Um, Flat right there, but it's grass over there. see. You guys don't want my blue emerald? Maybe not. I didn't even check it out in the water, see how it looks. Not bad. To me, it's a just a clear shade of June bug. So I love me some June bug. So I got 15-pound fluoro, 3/16 ounce sinker, not a regular size speed worm. I mean, I've typically never throw the small, but I've been using it a lot this year. He's got it. He's just small. Son of a gun. Peckering around with it. Probably a brim. Oh, caught my damn worm. Really? Come on, man. I ain't got time for that. All right, let's go back to the other. Something I'm gonna commit to. Jiminy Christmas. You know what? Let's go with June bug. Key Largo, did you go fish? Did you fish any this weekend or what? Where'd you go? You're gonna have to take me peacock fishing. What we got on? We got 7. You guys would hit that like for me. Um, my channel is Bmaz Fishing. I'm based out of Central Florida, right around Orlando, and we are in Orlando, Florida right now at Lake Underhill. We got what, 3, 4 fish in the boat? I think 3. Started the morning shallow with a frog, no takers. Probably should have abandoned that halfway through, but you know, it's still fun. Fishing frog's fun. Catching fish is funner. But I always have a good time throwing stuff that I don't normally throw. Like flipping now is fun to me, but I don't know. Now that I'd say I'm pretty efficient at flipping. At least flipping like lighter weight reeds, not like heavy mats, heavy weights. You know, I want to catch some. I'm not just like, it's not like I'm not out there just shooting free throws anymore. You know, working on my jumper, um, and working on my, you know, my cast or my flip. I want to actually get some fish in the boat. So just any new thing. That's why it's good to, you know, get out there and try some new stuff. when I start a new bait, usually I'll take it out and that's all I'll fish for the day. It's important to fish it though at a time when it's productive, because you'll get discouraged. But I'd never fished a speed worm until I moved down here a few years ago, and I got some. Went to John's Lake. I want to say I broke off on my first one, and then I caught some, and then broke off several times and realized I can't throw 12-pound test here or there. But yeah, I had instant success, so usually I'm reeling it, but it's I like that worm because you can do both. I'll tell you something funny. So when I was young and I was in college, my parents moved back to Florida. We lived in Florida when I was in what, 7th, 8th, 9th, moved to Georgia. They moved back when I went to college. So I'd come back and I met a guy that fished. He had a pond out back, so I fished his pond, and then we'd go on the weekends to mostly that Winter Haven chain. We lived in Brandon, so Kissimmee, and then we fished some other lakes, walk in the water. I want to say one that started Pierce or the Dirtier Lake. A couple different lakes. I don't even know the names of several of them, but around that area. But he was so I would Texas rig, 3/16 quarter, my traditional 10 o'clock, 12 o'clock, and he would 16th ounce, and that during that time you were throwing a Zoom 6-inch worm, and now it's like, dude, no wonder we didn't, you either caught fish or you didn't. The bait selection was so limited. I would actually throw a spinner bait. But he just swam it really slow, and he'd give it a couple twitches, and then he'd keep reeling. And it was either he did good or I did good. And most times he always caught them. But I felt like he was kind of speed worming before speed worming was a thing. But yeah, you were either using that 6-inch U-tail Zoom or 7-inch culprit. That was before Cincos. I mean, I would every once in a while I'd throw a trick worm, but that wasn't like known to throw it on a sinker. When it would get tough, I just would start doing that, and then I would catch them when we weren't catching fish, because that was something I did in Georgia on Carolina rig. And weightless, that was a big deal in Georgia. It used to be, one of those really good shallow water techniques. Pink trick worm. People don't really do that much anymore. It's just slow. It's not as easy, but every once in a while, a couple of years ago, they were on Lake Fork, and everybody, all the MLFs, that's what they were doing. So they all talk, but they were all doing it. Yellow ones, pink ones. But I think they were using the mag, so you can throw it on a bait caster easy. I mean, you had to throw it on light line, a spinning rod. But in Georgia, those lakes didn't have grass, so I'd use 12 pounds pretty much for everything. These fish are shallower. Over here, I think. That or they don't like this color. Now the sun's coming up a little bit. I'm noticing the grass is not as dirty as I thought it was. Hmm. Well, they don't want it in the grass. They want it on this edge. Yeah, come on, suckers. Oh, oh my god! Dude stopped me. I don't know what to do. My brain went, what do you do? What to do? What to do? Get my worm? No. What to do? What to do? I got confused. Where am I? There it is. Oh, that's a decent one. There we go. Hey, peg. Here we go. 2.5 pounder. Eh, man. Well, he had grass, but he felt a lot bigger considering we ain't caught anything with any size. And that rod's got a lot of bend in it. It's a all right one. Eh, small. 2 pounder. What do we got on? We got 8, 6, 57,000. Dude, it's funny you said that. I've already got it. Well, they don't have it at Bass Pro Shop, and you can't really put stuff in um, your tackle warehouse cart that disappears in a day. But I, yeah, I'm gonna check them out. Yeah, it's a lot of weight, and you know what? It reminded me of there's something. It was one of those kind of banjo minnow helicopter lure kind of, and I want to say I still have some. It was a bait that hook went on it, and you pulled it, and it would hover back, and you pull it, and the whole idea was it would back up into stuff. And I was thinking, man, that really looks like that whole design. I know that one dude, Fish the Moment, just put something out on it, so that's where I kind of saw it, and I was like, "What's that?" And then there's that one dude, Stefan or something. I don't know. Seems like now I'm seeing all kind of stuff on it. Maybe because I searched it. And yeah, I'll probably give it a try. I actually have a quarter-ounce Tokyo rig rigged up. Um, there's a boat. So to me, it's more of a hard bottom situation than grass, because when it falls, it's doing that. That's why I rigged that Tokyo rig up, because I may head over to this other lake. I found a good spot, a hard bottom. So I put that Tokyo rig on because I was catching them, and then I switched up and I was catching them, and then they stopped biting. So I figured I'd give them a different look with that Tokyo rig. I do. Most people are using that as a swing head option. Um, most people aren't flipping it like it was supposedly designed for. I did well yo-yoing it when I would yo-yo a Cinco in the pre-spawn. It's working it fast because it's going to drop directly straight. It wasn't really about the kind of suspension of it. Just a little different. I've used it a couple times. Didn't outfish my Texas rig, so I haven't done it much, but I don't fish a lot of hard bottom. And now I'm spending a little more time looking for that. Most of mine is grass, and whatever's going to come through it the best is what I want to use. But there's times when you get on a really good school of fish and you can't get them to, they stop biting. And that's when like that different kind of rig will get you some more bites. I mean, it's like yesterday. I caught 16 on a lake, and they just stopped. They didn't go anywhere. And you switch up a bait, you get a couple bites, but it's over. What the? Got my damn worm. It's barely hooked on the top. Son of a mofo. Um, put that different rig on. Seems to help. Sometimes a different bait, a bigger bait. I mean, I literally caught them on everything, every worm color I tried. Not every style of worm, more finessey stuff. But you get 5, 6 bites and it was done. So they're not overly committing to that darker color. There he is. dropping it. What are you guys doing? Let's put this, see if I hit this little, I seem to be hitting it when it's moving, so I'm gonna try this easy with the underspin. So we can get something bigger to give us a little look-see. Yep, we did, didn't we? I don't know if he's in grass. Yeah, he's in grass. He's better though, I think. Better than what we've had. There we go, guys. There's a 2.5 pounder. Gambler easy with an underspin. Kind of slow working it. Dark sucker. In that grass. Good one, guys. I guess. For today. Goodness, he jacked that bait up. Turn that thing inside out. Inside out. Holy cow. That bait is turned inside out. Look at that. Tail is through the. Wow. How in the world? How did that happen? It's one of those situations. I'm just like, how does that happen? How the hell am I even going to get that? Look at that, guys. That line is back through the thing. That's so weird. How did I just need to go back the way I just went, I guess? That's crazy. I don't know what happened. I'm going to have to cut it and retie it. Shiminy Christmas Almighty. That is so weird. Because I can't go back that way or that way. Oh well. That's weird. So underspin, gambler easy, clear water shad, and that's how you do it. So with my moving baits, I usually tie this, I don't even know what you call this, trash knot, I've heard them call it. Everything else, I pretty much just tie a polymer or a Polymer. Yeah, polymer knot. See if we got any others. I mean, there's fish over here, so. Oh, schnoiks. Oh, grass. Inside out. This thing literally has no meat in the middle anymore. I don't know what happened to that bait. That was one of those things you're going, what the, how did that happen? Might have to put a new one on. I'm probably gonna throw it off eventually. What happens? See if we can get another good one on it. Better one. Trying to think. Last time I was here, there was an area that was clear, and I'm not sure. I think it was over there. The clear deep spot. So these little underspin rigs used to get like 2 for 4 something. Now you get 1 for 4 something. And they've changed the lead part of it a little bit. It's a different design. I don't know what's different about it. I don't know if it's bigger. Here we go. So we got another one. So if you're wondering why I started throwing that, shit, sorry, did the same damn thing. What the world's going on with this thing? So let's try to follow the line this time so we don't have to retie. Well, those, I guess it's just going through backwards. I don't know. That's weird. Freaking did the same thing. I guess the hook is just coming around. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. What was I saying? So yeah, so I was throwing the speed worm, working it low, working it on the bottom. Started getting some bites, reeling it, and so was already thinking, I know they're hitting on smaller stuff, so this little easy is a little smaller. So I said, let's throw that. How many gone on? This 1/4 ounce. Typically throw the 1/4 because I like to work at different depths, deep, and I like to work it in clear water. Todd Projects, what's up, buddy? Flying lures, is that what it's called? Yeah, I saw one underwater. They somebody showed it. I don't know what channel it was, but they showed it versus a Texas rig, and it didn't go backwards. It kind of did that. Good morning, Todd. Oh, more storm rain, yeah. You don't fish weekends, try to avoid the people out there. Yeah, I hear you. So you know Todd, okay. Cool. Todd, welcome to the channel. I don't recognize your name on any of the lives, so thanks for tuning in. We got a boat over here. It's been sitting right there near the rocks for a while. Kind of. I'll be honest, I don't ever catch any under those rocks. I don't fish them a lot either. And even under the bridge, when they're schooling under there, I've caught them, followed them around. But I thought I would be tight lining crankbaits and throwing drop shots around there. The times I've fished drop shots under it, nothing. Now on the edges, when they've been schooling outside, yeah. So, and I'll be honest, that 9-inch, or is that 7 or 9? I think that's 7. That Eco Map, side image is not very good on it. For some reason, you got to run it at 455 hertz instead of the 800, or else one side of it's black. I don't know if it's out of date. It's done that since the beginning, and I've seen that as a problem. I don't know. I want to say I've tried reaching out to them, never got much help from them. Even when I asked them stuff about, like, when I was trying to decide what unit I wanted to get up front, I ended up getting that 10. Not much help. I mean, I figured they'd tell me everything I needed to know about the differences. Nah. So I don't know if they just got people fielding calls that don't really know a whole lot or what. But he's like telling me what he's got on his boat. I'm like, dude, I don't care. I want to know like the scientific reasons and the actual differences between these things. What is the educated response between these? But I did hear on one comment they said it was an update, so that one is out of date now. But you know, and I got regular batteries. These guys that have multiple batteries, they get a lot better image out of these graphs. Well, what's going on? This thing's gotten a little muggy and crooked on the nose. Smushy, so I don't know. Maybe it's not swimming right. Maybe they've caught on to me. Felt like a grass. I really like to fish this thing deeper. I got a really cool video throwing this thing out off of a grass edge when the water was cleared, 10 feet of water. I mean, it was probably 16 to 20 feet or 18. Counting it down. So yeah, I like to just, if I got suspended fish, kind of I use it more as a crankbait instead of like what typically people will shallow water swim bait fish. Now I have a setup for that, and I'll use braid, but most of the time I'm using it. I can't use braid. I'm for it. I'm using it in clear water, deeper water. Not like what I did at Kenansville and what John and Lindia do at Kenansville, which is shallow water swim baiting, braid, which I caught more on the speed worm. And I didn't use braid. I used 20-pound fluoro out there. I think that helped. Well, these fish have wised up, I'm guessing. Still seeing bait over here, so there's fish here. They're not hitting my lure though. So we're gonna switch it up, switch it back. Because this water's a little dirtier and because this grass is a little shallower, I'm gonna give the old chatterbait a couple casts just to see. There's a bigger one in there that wants to party. So the sun is obviously brighter, so they may have moved out a little deeper. Grass. See if they're up here shallower. I don't typically catch them on chatterbaits here. I don't know that I've ever caught any on chatterbait. Trap, yeah. All right, that's it. Let's see if we can get them to hit the speed worm again. I wonder what that guy's doing. Sitting in one spot. Kind of weird. He's brim fishing. I got to get a new harness. This thing, I think it's too stretched out. It starts hurting my ribs and my back starts hurting. Oh, shit. Got my tail. Son of a gun, man. They're all about that tail today. Son of a mo. Let's see. Okay, green pumpkin. Water straight green. Really dark green. So putting a new speed worm on, you got to get them really straight. Try to find that seam. They just don't run right. I don't I don't ever throw this color out here, so things start changing on a lake, or I don't do as good as I normally do. I just try to start doing things I don't normally do there. Use stuff I don't normally throw there. Jesus. Huh. We got small fish. Small fishes. put a little oil in this reel last night because it was starting to squeal a little bit at the end of the cast. It is sounding nice and smooth. Get my tail. Come on. Had to have. Nope. A little bit cut though. It's funny, yeah. They're there. They're just not as aggressive as they were. They're a lot more hesitant. Funny. That's what happens. That's why I kind of went more natural with this green pumpkin. Sometimes I can get you a little more, get you a couple more bites. Oh, there's a good one. Oh, stay on. There we go. He's okay. Biggest one of the day. But I got 15-pound test on, so I think he's hooked pretty good. There he is. There we go, guys. Booyah. Good Lord, it's deep. Dang, bro. Couldn't get that any deeper. See, that's what I'm saying. I've never caught a fish on that color. They biting different. Short biting it. Come on, man. I'm doing a video here. Start short biting it. So it's the color I normally go to when I start getting those funky bites. It's probably 3.5. Let's see. Three, 2. Not quite. But on that carbon light rod, 15-pound test, it was a lot bigger. Nice one, guys. Put them in here for a minute. I mean, we got on. Got 9 on. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Good one. Get the drag. Check the line. Go ahead and retie. When I'm using 15, I tend to retie. 20, I don't really have to retie at all. That's why I went to 20. This is Cigar. It's pretty hard. It won't last as long. It's not as limp, but it holds up a lot better than P-line, in my opinion. The P-line's a lot softer, tends to last longer, but it gets frayed up a lot more than Cigar. Put my tag in. We don't want none of those hood fishing tag ins. I don't know. I've never watched his channel, but I heard he has like 12-inch tag ins. I don't know if that's true. I should have said that. I know he's having a tough time right now. He may be better. I don't know. Try to stay hydrated. Huh. That guy is like under the first column in the middle. I want stationary. I wonder if he's brim fishing or I don't know, shiner fishing. Kind of interesting. You know, a lot of these late, the clear ones, seeing a bunch of all the brim. Oh God. Oh, that I don't know if that was a fish or a bird. You saw up in that grass pad. Just as I turned, it was like a big splash. Wow, that was crazy. A lot of people come out here to work on their boats too. Are y'all gonna stop biting now? No, just a little one. Just litter one. tails halfway ripped, so we'll switch it out. The tail is definitely the key to that worm. So if you're tuning in, we are in Orlando, Florida. If you would, please hit that like. If you haven't subscribed to the channel and you'd like to see more content, please do. Something tapped it. Might have just hit some grass. Some days this chesty doesn't bother me, but today it's, I don't know, it's not, something's not right. It's too tight or something. Fishing's a lot more enjoyable not wearing this thing, I'll tell you that. Oh, I don't know how many people I got on. Here's a question for y'all, and I asked several people at different times. When you guys are watching videos, would you rather see that view, back of the boat, or would you rather see it through the GoPro chesty? I mean, I do both on my videos. I'm focusing now. I'd use more of this. I used to just use this at certain times, but now I just kind of use the back at certain times. What do you guys like? What view do you prefer, I should say? Well, the spot may have cooled down a little bit. Let's go deeper. Anybody respond? Let's see. Did you guys respond to that? Do y'all care? Does it matter? Curious. Nope. Nobody responded. You guys are all getting coffee right now, huh? It doesn't matter. Shut up and catch a fish. I'm just curious. I actually think I like the back of the boat view better. But you learn a lot more from the front of the view, boat view. A lot of those guys, I think they block a lot of that out. I don't do that. So y'all can see how I'm working it. Let's see if they're, other than that one, the bigger ones have come swimming it. Oh, they're busting right there. This bait's moved. That's what it is. Sun came up and the bait moved shallower into this grass. I don't really want to chase them shallow. I want to find them deep, but we'll see. This is not the worst I've seen this late, but pretty close. Pretty close, if not tied. Actually, you know what? This probably is maybe the worst I've seen it. Because usually when you come up shallow, it's better. See water in here? I'd rather not get a bite right by the motor. All right. We're going to get a bite here in a little bit. We're going to move. I don't know what that guy's doing. Must be brim fishing. Oh, I think I was saying all the brim I've been seeing, I'm not seeing big brim. Now, I love catching brim. I like catching fish, but yeah, brim's probably one of my favorite to eat. I actually like it better than crappie. Got more flavor, zest. little. 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 Oh, son of a mo. Got my worm. Bastard. Alright. I'm gonna put a bigger worm on, see if we can get a bigger bite here. If not, we're gonna go find something else. Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna retie this. Looks a little funky. And I'm gonna rechange the sinker because this is a painted sinker and half of it's chipped off. And I really think that kind of affects stuff. It's got a lot of the chrome showing, which they were all like that at one point, weren't they? They didn't paint them black, but now they paint them black and we can't catch anything unless they're black. So we're gonna change it. It's chipping. I have to get some fingernail polish out and paint them when they start getting like that. But I got it when I bought all these new sinkers. I bought the non-chips, chip resistant, whatever you want to call it, powder coated. So I ain't got to deal with that no more. But I got a few, probably just what was tied on my rods because my tungsten box went in the water recently. Somebody, never mind. I don't even want to talk about that. We don't even want to talk about that today, guys. We gonna keep it positive, 100 today. Life is good. We off work. We fishing, doing what we love, and that's the bottom line, right? That's the bottom line. I go. Let's stay with that neutral color too. How many we got on? We got anybody new? Got anybody who wants to talk? Let's see. On live stream, I prefer a wide angle view from the back. On produced videos, I like the split between the two camera angles. Okay. Yeah, and the only reason I do this because it shows up in the live stream, potentially get more viewers. But when we progress along, and we're not worried about drawing new people to the channel, we'll do it the other way. How's that? Try setting your camera in the back at landscape one time to see if that gives a better wide angle view from the back. Don't forget live streams have a delay, so it takes up to 30 seconds to see responses. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. You guys are usually pretty quick. But I didn't go back.
I didn't check it immediately, I don't think. Maybe I did.
We're gonna make a couple casts with a bigger bait over here, and then we're gonna hit another area. See if we got any bigger fish over here that are. We know how to catch them, catch the little ones. So let's see if we can find something. Focus our efforts on a bigger bite. But some fish are better than none. Sometimes you need to go to that bite, that bait that's going to get you more bites, just to kind of find areas, help you settle down a little bit. This big worm works a lot better when those freshwater eels are active. So I don't know. And those, oh, there's another fish. It's called I can't remember what it's called. Snakefish? Not a snakefish, but needlefish. Yeah, I usually do, yeah, landscape versus portrait. Um, I do super wide on my GoPro. But I'll be honest, I mean, uh, other than that swim bait, I mean, the brim are so active right now. Speedworm, it's kind of hard to beat. And thanks, Key Largo, for answering that. I try to put the view that's best, that you can see more. Well, they don't seem to want the big worm yet. Appreciate you guys tuning in. We are in sunny Florida. We've been getting a lot of rain too. It's coming in the afternoon. I left the lake yesterday. It was supposed to come in at 11 and I forgot about it because it was fine. It was kind of cloudy. good sunny, cloudy. And then all of a sudden I looked and it was like, oh God, it was right there. So I got out. I can't even remember what time that was. I want to say it was about 1, 1 something. Maybe it was 12 something. I should have probably done a live, but I didn't. Let's see. We go a tad shallower right here. Yeah, you've actually guys have gotten a ton of rain down there south. Last week we were supposed to get a ton. Kind of hoping we would. Um, while I was working, at least. It sounded like it shifted down south. Well, they don't want the bigger worm, that's for sure. Let's go out a little deeper. Just saw a fish bust out there, so maybe they just moved out. But there's no grass out. Well, they either don't want the big one or they have vacated the premises. So this is a flat comes up here. Well, yeah, it's brief. It's kind of like a flat point, and there's grass on it. And then we got a ditch out here, drops off. The grass isn't there, so we're kind of fishing this edge. Ditch, creek channel, whatever you want to call it. All right, let's go. I see it. Let's find us another spot. A little nook. Just see what the grass looks like over this other corner. Oh, good on water. We got on. Everybody on. Well, I lost you. When I stop catching fish, I lose you, huh? The northwest
northwest edge has some very clear water. You need to go over a lot of topped out grass when it opens up. Some deep holes look real good, but didn't fish as it was ready to leave.
Yeah, so I'm on the west side, so I guess there's a guy right over there. There's a deep hole right over there, and then I think this drops off. There's a hole there, and then there's a couple holes on that middle north end.
I suspect when I do get out, fish will be tough. High water levels allow fish to move deep into the areas you can't reach by boat. Still pouring here in the morning.
Really? Gosh. Pouring in the morning. That sucks, dude. Yeah, it stinks. Like the lakes that I've gone to, I was thinking they'd gone up. But I mean, we've gotten rain every day, but not seeing a big difference in the water levels. I thought about going to Apopka today, but it's hit and miss, and I didn't want to deal with that ramp if the water level wasn't up. There's a few. Hey, he's sitting in that northwest corner. There's a couple holes over there. I don't normally fish up there because usually when I come out here, you can't get up there. But typically, I don't fish shallower than 13 feet here. But we pretty much have access to the whole lake with the grass level. Yeah, this time of year, it's usually 17-foot edges. All right, we got fish, we got no grass, but there's grass over here, so. Well, there was last time I came out. Let's see. Make sure we're straight. No grass. we might have to go shallow. Man, there's a couple good sized fish right there on nothing. See if we got some on the structure. I thought there was grass over here last time. Maybe not. Maybe I was further over and out. Nope. Wow. Crazy. No grass. I'm gonna see if there's any over here. Good information for you guys too. If you come, anybody that comes out here. There's a little point right here. So there's some mucky stuff. Let's see if there's any grass over here. I mean, last time, well, not last time, the time before, I mean, it was not super grassy over there, but over here, like I felt like they didn't mess with this grass last time. It was deep as I had seen it. There was like no openings. It was crazy. Like that deep hole back here is always open. It was completely full of grass. All right, no grass. We'll keep going shallow till we find grass over here. So that guy's probably in the area you were talking about. One little patch right there. Some short grass over here. Wow. I would think that south end would be better, being that grass is all shallow. Let's see if we can find some grass up here in this shallower area. Looking for grass on Lake Underhill. I never thought I'd say. Fish just came up over there. Here we go. Man, solid, solid mat. So basically, all the hydrilla is gone. So patches of eelgrass is what you're going to be finding. A couple of years ago, that's what's because they come in, they spray all the hydrilla, they leave the eelgrass. I didn't even know there was eelgrass in this lake until they sprayed it one year. And that's all there was. Focus on this edge here. Funny, and a lot of time I came out here, like the first time when they had disintegrated it, you're going, oh my God, I'm gonna go out there and whack them. You're gonna be able to find the fish super easy, but I guess they don't group up, or they scatter, or they sit tight to the body. You don't see them. They're really hard to find when there's no grass. We got grass here. 7-6. Water looks the same. Yeah, grass is here, 8.5 feet. Still got grass. There's some fishies sitting 5 feet on that grass. Some fish schooling right here. We got a deep flat right out here. Like it's about 2.5 feet low. We're 8.5 feet. We got grass, so. I'm guessing this edge is probably right there. There was fish sitting on this grass right here, so I'm gonna drift back. There's some schoolers right there. Probably small though. So we got fish migrating around here, so that's good. Trying to figure out the sweet spot. Probably isn't one. They're probably chasing stuff. There'll be minnow fish and then there'll be brimfish. So we really want to focus on brimfish. Brim eaters. I want someone to bring brim eaters. And I say that because they'll be more stationary, more sitting on a grass edge. Something was playing around with it. I felt like right when I moved it, something was about to hit it. Maybe that was just grass. Well, where are you guys? Where are y'all? Seeing fish come up at times. They're not biting my lure. All right, keep it moving. curious where this grass stops. Let's see. Right there. Yep. 8.5 feet. So let's work down this. Well, maybe not. That might be a eelgrass right there. That's a eelgrass. Sometimes that eelgrass, especially on 2D, just shows up as all broken up. Can't tell if it's bait or not. We still got grass at 9 feet here. Water's not any clearer. Let's follow this out. Nine five. More grass. Wow. Okay. Work this grass a little bit. See how far it goes out. Even if the water's not clear, they still should be around this grass if it's healthy. $10 feet, no grass. All right. Take that off. I didn't get a bite on that. came up over there.
I feel like we should stay high in the water column until we find a group.
Looks like there's fish in this grass. So now I'm kind of going, well, maybe I should have not left that area completely where I caught them, just kind of moved around it. And usually that's the wise situation. You got to leave, you got to come back. It's nice if you can find like 2 or 3 schools and you can kind of rotate them. So we're in a hole now. We should be able to find some fish in this grass here. Oh God, there's a big wad. And in this hole, it's probably brim or bass. And they're pretty damn big marks. Sitting on nothing. Hmm. Whale, whale. Show may be over. So that guy's probably sitting in the area one of you guys were talking about. So just trying to get a bite, figure out something here. For that morning flurry, it just kind of has subsided here. Let's keep it moving. Hole, deep hole. Yeah, that's usually pads that come all the way out. That's usually really shallow right there. This is usually really clear. Well, guys, I don't know. Bunch of nappy eelgrass over here. This is usually where I get bit when they do this to the grass, because this little area has the most concentration of eelgrass. I feel like we should stay like 8 foot or less. How many we got on? Is anybody on here with me? Am I fishing by myself? Probably. Justin D. W. Actually caught most of my fish on the south side on the deep weed edge. All were small ones. Oh, that's where I was frogging this morning. Well, I frogged from the ramp all the way around to that side. There was one pocket on the southwest right around that had some fish in it. I didn't worm it though. So Jatavius Hoskins said went fishing yesterday, caught some on speedworm and rage crawl. Yeah, I've been catching mine on the speedworm today. So there's an edge here. There was some fish sitting on it. The water does not look good. It's really dark green. I probably need to change colors, and I might need to go with the Cinco. I don't want to do that.
We got grass. Bunch of floating scum over here. So there was some fish sitting on this edge right here, an edge and 8 feet. All this freaking slime is gonna run right into me. Let's try a different color. You know what? Let's go with the Cinco. What the heck? But they've wanted something. They've wanted some tail action. Try it. Try it first. Try it and see if we can get a bite, figure something out, cover some water. Sometimes that's all it takes is a bait change, color change, and all of a sudden you're back in the game.
right, let's keep it moving. And this time of year, you should find them together, like we did. I sit down on them. Damn, this water's nasty. Shit everywhere floating. I'm thinking I'm gonna go to the south end because I mean we got dirty water, we got a south wind blowing all that crap this way. There's there's little gaps in the grass, and that's where these fish were sitting. Should hear me now. Catching this morning, got on a good spot. Speed worm, several different colors, swim bait, and anything. What else? I don't think we caught any worm. And then just kind of poked around, caught a few after that spot died, but it's been tough now. Just got, what, 2 or 3 since then? Moving around, trying to find grass, trying to find areas where there's holding fish out here on Underhill. Not a lot of grass to be fair. Water's very. The morning, fishing dog shallow on the north end, nothing. And about it. It's been tough. Since that first group, one area, they were firing pretty good. Mostly small. I got up, what, 3-2. It's still in the well. And I lost a decent one. I got a 2, a little over 2, 2.5 just a second ago. Yeah, it's been uneventful. Seeing fish. There's a little group here, but they're not wanting to bite anything. Water's trashed. This does look pretty good over here. Decent. I mean, dark green. It's got some floating eelgrass stems, but it's not horrible over here. But there's not much grass over here. Grass ends in about 10. There's some shallow. That was shallow grass over there. Other than that, it's probably what. I mean, that one spot came out to 10. But yeah, it's been lackluster. The 3+ pounders have been hard to come by. What is it, 11:30? 11:30? Yeah, I think I'm gonna roll, guys. I'm gonna go home, probably eat, hang around. I might head out somewhere this afternoon. I don't know. I might. That's what I wanted to do, but I didn't get much sleep the past 2 days. Randomly, you'll see some fish come up, but the south wind's not helping this north area, unfortunately. See, some just come up there. Like, they're not hitting. If you get this speed worm moving around, some fish that are coming up, you'll get bit. But other than that, and if it Like it kind of logged me into an area over there. But that, I mean, that situation just was set up perfectly. I mean, the way the structure and the grass lined up, just kind of an ideal situation with the depth, the way this grass is growing. Let's roll over this side, see if it looks any better. See if we see any fish. Now we're moving into this hole. Huh. I think these fish are probably shallow. Not a ton of shallow water over here on the bank. Really deep on this bank, but there are some spots. This is one of them right over here. I don't seem to want my little green pumpkin. Caught them on pretty much every color at one point. Seems like. Fish are probably all in the reeds. I've flipped these reeds, I think, once. Nothing. Maybe one or two, actually, over on the side. But what I like to do on this lake, and what I usually come out to this lake to do, and it's not really happening. I didn't fish any offshore on that south end. Maybe I should have. This wind, maybe it's a little cleaner over there. We got some decent grass here. I'm not sure why these fish aren't biting. calling it. Ejection. Bmaz just got ejected from Lake Underhill. So a couple different baits. That easy caught them on, Gambler easy with the underspan, and then just the regular. Is it freezing up? I think it's froze up. How did it do that? That's weird. So I don't know, guys. I don't know why it's froze up. I guess you can hear me. Sound back. That's weird. There we go. Turned around. It's weird. Why is it turning it around? I don't know. But we're headed. Green pumpkin. That one actually got my biggest one. And then that red bug speed worm. And then that easy clear water shad with an underspin. I'm gonna let this one go. I was kind of thinking maybe we'll get some bigger ones. Ouch. Got too much water in here. He is lively. Froze up again? Yeah. How's that one? That was the biggest of the day, 3-2. Nice one. Goodness, God. There it goes. That was fun. We're gonna head. I might come out later this evening. Not this lake, but maybe hit another one. But chances are rare once I get home. But thanks for following. Thanks for watching. Thanks for tuning in. I appreciate it. Check out the channel, the rest of the videos. And please hit that like and subscribe to the channel if you will. And we will see you next time, guys. Thanks for logging in and watching, spending your time with me. I appreciate it.